Let me pop the chat out. Mega Man, that's another big one. Yeah. So Devil May Cry, Mega Man. Yeah, they've been doing a bunch of stuff for a long time. Yeah. I mean, Marvel vs. Capcom is huge. I still feel like that's one of the best fighting games ever made. It's cool. We're live over there. Let me give the link if anyone would like to leave the lurk. No worries if not, but it would help my numbers. We're already at 1589 watch hours, which is just huge. Like, thank you so much, everyone. We're getting there. We need 4,000. So it's still going to be a bit of a grind. I need to actually release videos instead of just doing the VODs, but, you know, we'll get there. All right, let me close some tabs. Can I just say, hold up? Oh, it's not there anymore? Oh no. Wait, really? Aw. My video showed up there. Now it doesn't. Boo. Maybe it was the page before? Let's just do this. If you type Dread.js, alright, we pop up as the first video in the list. It's probably because they know it's me, but whatever. Pretty proud of that, actually. Alright, let's keep closing some tabs. We're going to get to the Dread stuff here eventually. I'll leave that open just because I want to maintain a reference to it. Still getting some frame drops. It's a little annoying. Hold on, I gotta see that. Yeah, hold on. I gotta figure this out. And yeah, how you doing, Serpico? Okay, so I just quit the Xbox app and Discord. And we'll see if I keep dropping. Oh, there's still some rendering lag. Okay, hold on. Because, yeah, I gotta be careful. This could actually down my home machine. I guess I do have a bunch of Chrome windows. Yeah, I think there's a few ads or something that are getting me. Okay, I think that should help a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reboot later tonight. I think that's the only fix, really. But I did massively decrease Brave browser usage. So yeah, there was probably some ad chewing up resources. And yeah, what's up, Ashley Hudson? Yeah, thank you. Oh, haha, Ashelia, that's you, isn't it? Let's see, the hi YouTube, hi Twitch thing. Awesome. And what's up, average YouTube user? Yeah, how you doing? All right. Looks like we're not skipping as much anymore on the YouTube. Cool. All right, so let's pour a beverage. That is? Okay, that's what I thought. Let's pour a beverage. And yeah, so the thing we're going to be doing today first is we're going to be working on the Python SDK. We just need to get our templating right for our CLI tool that goes and generates enums and types for us and stuff. Right? For the Python, we just need it to do the enums. Once we finish that, we could hop back to the cal.com dread testing. Or we could do some maintenance on some of our marketing site stuff and some of the repos that are now deprecated, right? So we could start archiving some of our client SDK. And yeah, how's everyone doing? How's your Monday? Anything fun or exciting or special that you'd like to share with us? The answer no is totally fine too. Oh, how's it going, Santosh? What are we doing today? I think I just described it. Hopefully you got that spiel while I was saying it. OCA exam. What is OCA? Okay. So it's an Oracle like certification exam? Cool. Yeah, that sounds legit. Is that just for like their database or for more of their like networking kind of stuff? Oh, I guess maybe for Java? It's for the database. Gotcha. So average YouTube user, a week until this semester ends and a deep slumber can ensue. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I did one of those today. Oh, the deep slumber was good. Just the best. Oh, for core Java. Okay, you were saying yes to Bob. Gotcha. Should be Orca. Ooh. Right, then they could do a mascot and everything. Sokolo, you're not wrong. It should be Orca. It should definitely be Orca. All right, so we got the cal.com thing. We'll leave that over there. Now we should probably close it because it is an editor that chews up the resources because it is a large project. All right, so this right here, oh yeah, that's just Dread.js itself. You can close that. What's up, Danky? A web server type question? Sure. This is Walter stuff, I believe, so we don't need that right now. Oh, that's a good image. That one's pretty good, too. All right, I'll take it. So then here in code, this is the top level Vexilla project. Sweet. All right, so this is where we're starting in on the Python CLI templating junk. We did not finish. Here's the Python. We do this. We need to import that. We do a class of name group. Raw name would go there. ID would go there. Santosh. Yeah, I'm over on YouTube. I am dual streaming, which is awesome that it's actually allowed these days. So yeah, Dan Clancy, nailing it on that policy change. Yeah, Danky, that sounds about right. Yeah. Now, I would look at why is it a request problem rather than the thing that's parsing the request. So, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Before you say it, what's the thing? Oh, shit. Hold on. I've totally used it before. It's where you use query parameters to possibly get only the data you care about. It's like a pre-GraphQL thing. I don't remember the name of it. Anyone actually remember the name of it? And Lord Acid Gibson, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate you. OData. It's OData. No. It's OData. Are you using OData? Is that actually why it's so slow? Because OData is a way in which you could have a really non-performant request. You're not using OData. I would look at why the request is not performant. So, I mean, Bob, we're not doing that part right now, but I'll dig into it. With Dread.js, we don't know what values are going to be generated at runtime for the API, right? It could be an entirely new request, or like a new object that we create for the sake of testing. So that ID needs to be replaced into the URL when we do our request, and we need a somewhat deterministic ID value to change that, because we don't want to necessarily replace the wrong value. So if we're using 101 for every entity, when we do a replacement of 101 in the URL with an actual ID that we care about, we'd end up replacing an ID that we don't mean to. So this allows us to do that replacement in a generic way in our before all hook, or before each technically, rather than having to have a replacement in every single individual API endpoint test. So it's just simplifying the amount of places that we need to do like textual replacement. Having to do that for every endpoint is cumbersome, when instead we can do it for all of them if we have deterministic placeholder values for the IDs. Yeah, no worries, Bob. Yeah, it'll make more sense once the hooks are actually like designed properly. And yeah, I probably need to explain that in the PR. So, that's a good point. Yeah, that's tougher, Danky. I would say, why is the request a slow request, right? OData is a middleware for your API, right? The middleware for your API allows you to request only the data you need. So if you wanted to make a request to an endpoint and it's a large entity, you could actually just request only the props you need, and you would theoretically get only that back in your API response, which means that there's less data over the wire for the user, so it's a little nicer. So personally, OData can get really slow because it puts the power of the querying inside like the URL, which means you got to parse the URL, and it could potentially be really long. It means you might also eventually run into a limit to the length of your URL. No, Dr. Lando, that is not random. We get that comment way too much. It's super boring, dude. Do you think you're original with that comment? So yeah, Danky. OData existed before GraphQL. But GraphQL does what it does and solves that problem in a more performant way without having to integrate it into your entire API. Right? It's no longer metadata, it's just its own endpoint. So you can have a REST API and a GraphQL API totally fine. OData would mean that you're actually modifying how your REST API responds to things. Or you're duplicating endpoints. Either way, it's pretty gross. So OData is a thing that tried to solve this problem ages ago. I mean, look at how old this website looks. 2015 to 2023? Yeah, they made this website in 2015 and called it a day. So here's the thing. We actually, I think we did most of this now. This template looks good to me. How's our transform going? I think our transform is looking pretty good too. We need to actually test it. No, it makes sense, Danky. The reason I asked is I actually assumed you were using .NET because you said IIS. And at that point, the only time I've seen OData in production, it was a .NET shop. So that was the reason I made that, you know, why I jumped to that conclusion. All right, so let's get to this thing. And yeah, Dr. Lando, or Dr. D. Lando, right? Totally happy to have you here. It's a really boring conversation to talk about the tabs. Most of the viewers here are tired of it too. So, sorry, I know. It seems immediately obvious, but think about it this way. If you've ever been on any of the dating apps and someone has a name like Dawn, do not open with a pun about their name. They've heard it before. It's a really bad idea. Don't do it. All right, Vexilla. Let me look at what our command is for even running this. Oh, I think it's even TS no. All right, so it would be pnpm dev. We run the cli.ts, and we need to pass some arguments to it. Right, so pnpm dev types localhost 3000 means we need our test server running. Ooh, We can close that. Right, so there's Vexilla there. There's Vexilla there. That is also Vexilla there. Ooh, it's in packages, I guess. I think test server is actually an app. Like, we should probably move that at some point. Okay, here we go. So, we should be able to run this command now. We want it to be the Python stuff, though. That's why I don't use that very much. Yeah, so there's bugs with this terminal that are extremely annoying. But it looks pretty. All right, so types generated for Python in example.py. Right, Harper, that's a big reason why I think those types of directives are a problem. Because there's nothing that will quickly and easily catch that for you. Right? Type safety is thrown out the window for that exact line. That's a problem. They need some type of tooling to detect that for you as quick as humanly possible. Yeah, I wonder if there's a good, easy way to detect directives via the AST. Because then I'd happily just write a CLI tool to do that for you. It's going in the Trello board. Let's go into the top, because I think we could do that pretty easy. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, that's a bummer, Harper. So yeah, I would actually love to make a CLI tool to detect that, to make Next.js easier to use. The reason I am like especially pumped on that idea is I remember running into those issues with AngularJS back in the day. AngularJS before 1.3, I remember using 1.1 and I skipped 1.2 because I started using Ember. Then at a company needed to use AngularJS 1.3. So I missed out on some of that, technically because a tool had been created. But in the 1.1 days, there did not exist a tool for doing your dependency injection without doing strings. And if you made a typo in one of those strings, the error you got sucked. That one error is the exact reason why I stopped using AngularJS in my side projects, like way back in the day. Now, modern Angular solves that problem with TypeScript and some magic. Yeah, you say a VS extension? Why not just like an ESLint plugin? Then it works everywhere. So yeah, I'm thinking an ESLint plugin and a CLI tool that you could just run. CLI tool would be beneficial if you're not wanting to add the ESLint plugin. But I think an ESLint plugin would be perfect for that. Yeah. right? I'm just pointing out that like a VS Code extension is limited to VS Code. If we make an ESLint plugin or extension, it's usable by everybody. Right? You're using ESLint, right? So yeah. Yeah, I would go ESLint plugin first. All right, so let's look at this Python file. How do we feel about it? Well, number one, I'm doing multi-line comments way wrong. Oh, and it looks like we just copied something else. So this is just broken. What did we copy that we didn't rename? Is this the, Yeah, this is not Python code. So we need to fix that. Our template is way off. So bare minimum, disclaimer text is done with 3 of these, right? Oop. The auto-completion. All right. And yeah, we're missing a bunch of syntax. All right, so let's do that. So we got that part done. Import from enum. We're going to end up doing that. We don't do that. I think. Let's go look at our types real quick. Yeah, so we don't do the const thing. We just say it's equal to. We do string enum. Boom. Now, returning a new class might not be something we can do. See, I think I copied the... I think I copied the C# code because it seemed closest, but it's not. All right, so we do the colon there. It ends up just being that. Right, so another thing we need is hold on, let's look this up. Python nested classes. Okay. I think I'm fine with that. Yeah, so Python's fine with that. Cool, so we can do the nested classes. We don't end up needing to do any of that, it's just... Oh, wrong place. In our template, it would just be class, the thing. Classes are props anyway. We'll have to test this. I might not need the, like, static method thing. We'll have to try that. Bare minimum, name here is wrong. So we'll want to fix that. And yeah, name here is the wrong value. I think k.pascal is all we need. Alright, so let's run this again and see if we get better output. We don't get yelled at, but we don't have any good spacing for it. So we should increase the spacing. And then we need to actually try and use it, and we'll see if it actually works. So mind if you plug a new repo you just pushed for people doing advent of code in TypeScript? Oh, not at all. Yeah, no worries, Ashelia. For sure. Yeah, sorry, you just mentioned that a little bit ago, and I spaced on it. That's my bad. Let me see what you were saying. You know you're late now, but just finished publishing your Advent of Code runner generator for managing a TS-based AOC Git repo. Oh, that sounds awesome. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Hold on. I would say add a license. I see unlicensed license. What does that mean specifically? Okay. Release to the public domain. So that one's fine. Yeah. I just wanted to double check that. Yeah. I just couldn't find it. I guess it's in... Oh, license file. That's how they found it. Gotcha, I missed that part. Yeah, that works. Yeah, let me know when you're ready for me to post this to Twitter, if you're okay with that. I think that would be useful for anyone doing Advent of Code in TypeScript. Did you change the name? Because if you're going to change the name, I want to make sure you do that first. That way the link doesn't become dead. Okay. Oh, you were just talking about it in the README. Gotcha. I missed that part completely. Oh, in the README. Got it. Yeah, Advent of Code runner. Cool. Yeah, that's not true. All right. Yeah, no worries. I think this is awesome. Yeah, I think that works. Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, you got a Twitter. I do follow you, right? We'll find out in a sec. All right, looks like a decent enough tweet. Yeah, good enough. Yeah, exactly. All right, cool. Yeah, really good stuff. Hold on, do I follow you? I don't yet. Oh, you don't even follow me. So yeah, well, I'll do it first. How about that? I know. That's fine. Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah, seems cool. All right, so yeah, let's improve just the spacing of this just slightly. I do want to have a separate line separating groups. I do want to have a separate line separating environments and a separate line separating features. And actually, yeah, no, I think we're good there. All right, let's make sure that renders and looks a little prettier. Cool. All right, so now that we got this, we'll copy it over to our Python project and see if it actually works the way we're expecting it to. Yep, sorry, I copied the file, didn't I? Yep. Value. Do we get any auto completion for this? Come on. We do. I am using black. We don't have access to it from where we're doing our generation. So I just want to make sure that what I generate actually lines up with it. All right, so from enums import value group, gradual group, toggle group, selected group. Oh, and this is the wrong place for this. I want to do this in my testing. Now, hold on. What are these errors? Ah. Okay, cool. You can do the same thing here. Ooh, that one's weirder. We're gonna have to look at that. Oh, I don't have toggle group in there now? Oh, I don't have toggle group. I just have scheduled. That's right. Okay, so then from here, for our testing, this would be gradual group.name, or we could actually do just group ID. So this would be gradual group dot oh, hold on. Ah, it's environment. So dev environment. Actually, hold on. Ah, here it is. Testing working gradual feature. Dot feature ID. So the fact that this is all auto-completing for us is awesome. Gradual group dot testing working gradual feature. Actually, non-working dot feature ID. Ooh, and we do need to add some more tests. But we should be able to run this at least. We'll have to consider this. This might not actually be a problem. Yeah, we just kind of need to, like, the fact that it's not casting this properly after we've done this check, that's a little annoying. But I think we're good. So if we go into, let's see. So yeah, in here, and this is where we actually need the VM. That's right. Yeah, I need to run these tests inside here. BitBNB shell. And I think I just run PyTest, right? We should be early enough that the test will actually pass. Alright, so once this is done installing, if PyTest works, we'll consider what we got good. I probably want to do some diffing of what we're generating versus what Black would format it as. Oh, false is not true for the scheduler, which means that we may have a similar issue. Oh. For some reason, we're not able to connect to that right now. What did I mess up about that? Yeah, connection refused. We had that working. This is the only server we have running here. It's on port 3000. What's up, Lady Blue Notes? How you doing? You missed all the fun of our cal.com hacking over the weekend. We're not done yet. We're going to continue working on that here eventually. Yeah, what are you up to? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Chaos? Like in a bad way? I'm sorry. Hopefully not in a bad way, hopefully just in a general way. Just busy. Alright, good. Yeah, lots going on. Alright, that doesn't sound so bad. That doesn't sound so bad at all. I've seen worse. It's actually a good thing because I haven't had to subject myself to Alan Wake 2. So, thank you for that. I needed a bit of a break. Oh no! Yeah, maybe later. I still need to finish editing that video. No, I didn't have to re-record anything. It's just, with the hackathon thing, I didn't get much time during the weekend. And it's like more like editing than I was like anticipating. Making sure I'm showing like the right snippets at the right time and stuff. You know, it's a thing. But yeah. What's the deal here, man? Oh, I remember. Yeah. We have to pass in an environment variable for the test. That's right. So test server host. That's right. Yep, and we don't get access to that there. Yeah. Hold on. Yep. All right, so it assumes localhost 3000. What we want to do instead is host.docker.internal. Oop. I think I still need the port. Maybe not. We had that working before, didn't we? Oh. But gradual group object has no attribute feature ID. So that's a different one. Okay, so we're able to access the host now, which is good. But the feature ID is not detectable. So there's something off about the way we're generating our enums here. I think they're lying to me about the thing that's missing. I think they're saying this isn't there. And I think I need to make that static. Right, so what's the way we're doing that static type? I think I do it here on client? No, it's on hasher and scheduler. Okay. So let's fiddle with it a bit more. Oh, and we actually ended up testing this. I just need the static method thing. Oh, never mind. I was wrong. Just seemed like it wouldn't be it because of the static method. Like, you know, it's method, not something else. So we do need to regenerate that. Yeah, I don't mind that. All right, so let's see what that output looks like and see if it works in our testing. Yeah, exactly, Lady Blue Nuts. The boring stuff. Yeah, editing. Oof. So brutal. Yeah, we're on the CLI part of things, just generating types from our remote JSON file to make developing with it simpler. Hey, and now our client passes. This right here, during schedule active, is expected to fail because we are really close to the rollover of UTC. So I want to commit what we have real quick. Get testing and more functionality in the Python client. It's just some like spacing changes. We dip the CLI. I need to remove that chunk of code. Alright, so then, yeah, we fixed that part. Let's do this again just so it's up to date. Yup. Oh, and yeah. Let's do a diff and then format it with black. Diff checker will work. We'll just do this in a different folder. Clients. Oh, and we can even just do a get status. It did change our formatting. Let's go see what it changed in enums. Okay, so they prefer double quotes. My spacing is wrong. We need to be doing 4 spaces. That's easy enough. Yeah, I think the spacing between things is fine. All right. Yeah, let's just double check. So here in our template, yeah, we need to do that. That one is two, like 4 total spaces there, so I think we're good. And then, yeah, this part needs to be that. Yeah, no worries, Shelia. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, good work on the advent of Code Runner. Oh, yep. So that's one thing I got to do in the template here. All right, that needs to just be on the first line. They do an extra line between the import. They do an extra line between classes at the top level. And the rest looks pretty good. We just got some extra stuff at the end. And you know what I'm going to do here? Yeah, we do that. And we should be able to do that. And it's really just going to have like one extra thing at the end. Let's double check it. Yeah, so the double line at the end is probably going to be, like, the only thing they end up removing. That's a little trickier to handle. It's not that tricky, actually. Nah, it's actually pretty simple. We just, I don't know, it changes the way we do our formatting just a little bit. We just gotta do that. And it probably means that we're going to end up doing similar for some of these. But that should be fine. All right, so we're going to call that good. One more attempt, just to be sure. Looks like we're still doing the double new line. Yeah, looks like it's a little trickier for us to modify. I'm okay with it. Everything's fine. Alright, so we let those be issues there. Cool. All right, so add Python template and transform function for CLI type generation. I think everything else is good. One thing I'll want to add is here in client Python, in readme toml, naming these as just values like that. So testing instructions. Inside of the Docker container, we need to allow this is only in local dev. The GitHub action should be able to see list. Maybe. Cool. All right. We'll push Origin Python SDK, but we need to do one more thing. Yeah, we did the Elixir one already. All right, so we got that pushed up. I'm going to go get it merged in. We're going to do that whole squash and everything. Oh, but we're not done yet. We need to actually get our tests running in the GitHub Actions. So here in test, yeah, we need to think about how we're going to do this part now. I think we end up doing a similar thing to the PHP. Yeah, we'll just copy test PHP, and we will create test Python. All right, what is our container? Let's close all these windows that we don't need. Oh. All right, so then in the Python code, our Docker file is based on that. Yeah, I really want to abstract out this service thing. We should only need to do this once, but we're doing it in like 4 or 5 different, like 3 different places right now. All right, we got test PHP. Test Python and test Bazel, or Bazel. Wait, do we not have test Elixir in here? Oh, I didn't set up test Elixir yet. We're gonna need to do that eventually. Not sure where our caching for pipenv would end up happening. What all are we doing in that Docker file? Yep. So we end up needing that step. Okay, so now we should see those tests run. Yeah, we got a bunch of other stuff going. Let's look at our actions here. And we expect failures. Because time zone stuff. And yeah, we did Elixir already. I haven't done the GitHub action for it yet. I need to do that. We could do that eventually. We could even do that today. What would be the next language on the list? I think we took a vote. So yeah, Python was next. People really want some Swift or Kotlin. Lua, I found a bit surprising. But yeah, so we did the Python one. Let's go look at what we've already got built. Because the Swift and Kotlin, we don't have that much access to at the moment. Oh, wrong one, actually. Yeah, we could do Lua, for sure. And how you doing, Odetnerd? Hold up. How have I not done this yet? I'm sorry, man. There you go. You're doing the okay. Ooh, fancy. It was the okayest of days. It was the okayest of days. All right, so looking at this list, we've done JSTS, Elixir, PHP, Python, C#, Go, and Rust. So we've checked off the first 7 of our original 10. That's pretty cool. Ruby, Lua, Dart are the next ones. Yeah, I think OCaml's real close. Yeah, we just got to get our testing finished for the OCaml, and we have like a deserialization bug. I think I know the exact deserialization bug he hit because I think we hit it with Pydantic as well. So that's actually a flaw in what I'm doing. But I think if DM Mulroy pulls down what we got and I update my mock data, then it'll be easy enough to like get his test passing. So we'll do that tomorrow. For his thing, we've basically got like 2 steps left after the tests pass. And those steps are... Oh, actually, we don't have all of the Python testing. We got some other things to test too, so we should probably do those too. But basically, we would end up needing to do the CLI tool thing, right? So helping generate enums for consumers, right? So we'll have to do like the template and the transformer, and then the GitHub action for it too. So yeah, I'm guessing like 2 weeks max. Right, this week and next week. So yeah, here, the main gist is that based on voting, our next language would either be Swift or Kotlin. Or possibly Ruby. I know Ruby wasn't voted that highly in this list. I don't even see it. I don't know if anyone even... Oh, there it is, 4%. But I do think Ruby is actually one of the languages that is more common than some of the others that would be worthwhile. As far as publishing a Swift or a Kotlin package, that's a little trickier, whereas publishing a Ruby gem is super easy. So yeah, next language could be Ruby. Yeah, I want to get Ruby, Lua, and Dart, and then Swift, Kotlin, OCaml. So that'll be 13 total, and I think that's like the number we were shooting for. Yeah. All right, so our tests, definitely failing. Test Python. PyTest not found. Oh, and yep, I already know. So then, yeah, this should probably be this. And really, I should just add this step here. All right, we'll push that SDK. Average YouTube user. Someone at Rockstar getting fired. LOL. GTA 6 trailer released early. Are you talking about like the thing that released like last week? Because if so, yeah, the son of like a major person at Rockstar is the one that did it. Like, it's been confirmed and everything. If it's that leak that you're talking about. And what's up, Mohai? How you doing? So this terminal is called Cool Retro Term, or CRT for short. It's a good name. Oh, I don't have a terminal command, but we do have a zish command for my zish settings. I will recommend that Cool Retro Term. It looks pretty, but it's got a bunch of bugs that really prevent it from being that usable. So I only do a few commands through that. Otherwise, I end up using whatever. I've had issues with iTerm swallowing output, whereas Tabby is okay. There's some other like shells as well that are worth checking. I think Warp, that's another big one. I think that one's Mac only though. I just did a command called !ZSH for Zish. Hence, yeah, I'm using Zish. Just look right above you, Chief. Look right above your comment. I'm not your chief, pal. I'm not your pal, guy. Sorry. Like, that's what I think of when I see the name Chief. I hope that's the reference you were intending. Yeah, it's a solid reference. It checks out. Alright, so... Oh, there you go, Lady Blue Notes. And yeah, all these tests passed due to our time zone bug. We really need to fix that one. I think our Python is still failing because... I don't know. Oh, so the cache was disabled because we can't write to it. So, hold on. Let's go to the previous run. Okay, so maybe... We could do pipenv run pytest. What I find strange is that this actually worked. So I might want to split that out. Do something like that instead. Oh, all right, so we got that poured. And yeah, how you doing, Jordy Mac? How you doing, Strivo? How's everyone doing? Oop. Dropping frames. There we go. I'll just close that tab. There we go. Let's pour another one of these. There we go. And yeah, all right. So shouldn't be dropping frames anymore. That's good. Let's try and commit this and see if that works. We can still clear this part out too. We are going to want to start caching that folder that they're complaining they don't have access to. So yeah, we'll have to figure that out. But yeah, that should work. One thing I also want to check, why is the test PHP failing that quick? Ah. Wow. The test PHP and all of its caching and stuff is really making it run fast. That's legit. It's not that much faster. But yeah, some caching would really help there. I'm just pushing out 2 at once. Oh, you definitely should, Odat Nerd. You know it's fully allowed by the TOS now, right? So it's not even like we gotta like hide it and be quiet about it. You just can't show both chats on your screen. You can only show the Twitch chat. But you can still respond to YouTube chat. See, I'm just pushing out 2 at once. Restream is incredibly temperamental. I think that's the best way to phrase that. The tool I'm using is called SplitCam. It also has like multi-stream capability built into it. So yeah, you could add YouTube, Kick, whatever. I just didn't feel like doing that directly from OBS because I still have like portions of the stream that I don't stream to YouTube, right? Like the news crawl. I record those separately without music so that I can actually like post up the VODs or whatever from that separately. See, I feel like I have a decent enough reason to keep them separate. Ah, right. Yeah, no, I depending on how you want to do it, if you want to release to all of them all at the same time and start your stream for all of them all at the same time, then yeah, just using the plugin for OBS is probably the move. But yeah, I think just being able to individually like start and stop them, I like that. But yeah, let's commit this, see if it works. Alright, while that is pushing up, I want to try this. So, GitHub action YAML So they do it with like a helper. Yeah, has anyone ever tried to do this? I want to reduce the repetition of calling this services block. Right, I'm doing this currently in 3 places, but we're going to call it in a bunch. I don't mind spinning up a test server for each one, but I'd like to not have to like repeat this, and if I want to modify it, I should be able to do so in just one place. I feel like there has to be a way to reference that in raw YAML, but I'm not familiar. Yeah, the bot should be running. Nope, it's crashed. If you do !song, you'll get a link to this exact playlist. There you go. Yeah, thank you. And that'll typically work every single time I'm running like any synthwave that you hear. It doesn't always work when I'm running from like YouTube Music, just because I haven't updated my browser extension to work for that. No answer. Here we go. This one might actually do it. They're doing it in GitLab CI. Oh. Oh. So it looks like I can just define the service elsewhere? No, they hate it. I'm just going to create an issue for it. All right, so the HTTP connection is now failing. We don't see where that's trying to do it. Interesting. So address test server there should actually be working. Hold up. Let me look at my PHP code. I think I am hard coding the port. I am. All right. So that's a flaw in my Python code. Right? We should keep them consistent. It's actually a flaw in my PHP code. So let's fix that and then align these. But the tests did run, so huge bonus there. Get status. We also need to add the Okay. So I'd say we're pretty good there. All right. So that gets pushed up. Now let's go create the issue. I got distracted. Oh, and we said we were going to close that Rust, like, idiomatic issue. I think we solved most of their issues with it, but we don't have any feedback from them about whether there's still something broken. Each job in the test.yaml file has this block. It would be nice to only have to define it once. An initial attempt tried to define a top-level services value, but that didn't seem to be correct for the schema that GitHub expects. Yeah, I don't know. We'll leave it. And hold on. Relicense project under, what is it? Like, BDSL? No. What's the business license? We just saw it somewhere and I totally forgot. So I don't want BSD. Anyone remember what that one is? Yes, they don't have a business license in this list. God, does anyone remember what license that is? Shit. Open core license. Oh, open cores is a separate. We should probably do the contributor license agreement thing. Yep. I really like the way that Cal.com does that. I guess, hold on, Cal.com, they're the one that has that license, too. That's right, that's where we saw it. Oh no, they're doing GPL instead. So nope, not that one. Nope, that's not the license I want. What's another tool that we think has done that? Terraform? Business source license. So it's BSL. That's it. So Cockroach, Sentry, Terraform is the big one. Uniswap, I forgot about Uniswap, Couchbase. Wait, what is the CCL? Cockroach Community License. Oh, that's different. We're doing some of our Python stuff. Alright, so I think this project would benefit from being under the BSL for the sake of furthering its development while maintaining the right to not have a competitor spin up the project as their own hosted offering. See, Terraform, Cockroach, DB, Maria, DB, etc. So these are the only two competitors I have right now. Let me double check that. Technically, it only has me and Dylan. For some reason. It should have had Ryan too. Ryan's PR was awesome. But yeah, we're the only people who have submitted anything. So yeah, they're pretty much the only people I need permission from. And damn, that's a lot of code lines, isn't it? I've done some work. Man, September, we just hacked out some SDKs, didn't we? Yeah. All right, so, yep, let's make sure they're okay with that. Yeah, September was a good month. Make that a little prettier. All right, so I hope DM Mulroy is okay with that. I hope Ryan Winchester is okay with that. I think legally, their code is always available at that branch before we change the license agreement. But I'd still rather get permission. And at this point, there haven't been enough contributors that this would raise any major concerns. I think it's an issue with Terraform because a lot of people have contributed to Terraform when it was under a different license. But less so for this project, and establishing this early would be a great idea. Oh, sorry, Radiant. 1 second. I feel like you know that we have the tabs command blocked. and you were just pushing the envelope there just to be a jerk about it. Like a lighthearted jerk, but still a jerk. But maybe not. Maybe you're sincere and you are trying to learn guitar via tabs. I feel like you're somewhat trolling us. Right? Yeah, you are being an ass. Right? I would appreciate it if you understood how often we get that. It's happened, I think, twice already today. At least once. I like being around people that I like being around. It'd be awesome if you could be one of those. Thank you. I appreciate you. Now, if you are being sincere about the guitar tabs thing, rather than learning based on tabs, no, I get you. You're not being sincere, that's fine, but I'll answer the question anyway. Instead of doing that, I would recommend learning some scales. No, you can actually do it now. But please don't abuse that privilege. You can use the word tabs now and not get timed out. Not get your comment deleted. That's what the regulars thing was for. But please don't abuse that privilege. So yes, I understand. Tabs on guitar, massively helpful. The big problem you're going to run into with tabs on guitar is that your picking may not be able to keep up with the tabs that you want to be able to play, so you're going to be playing it slow, and it's not going to sound like the song. I think the big thing, though, is when you're learning from tabs, be okay with playing it slow, and then you can just make it faster. So that's one approach to at least using tabs better. I think the next thing, though, is you should probably practice some scales on guitar. I only know 2 scales. I don't know much music theory. I just noodle around and have fun. When I lived in a van as a snowboard bum, I had a lot of time to just fiddle with it. I don't know. I know a power chord and I know a bar chord, and that's it. That's all I know for chords as well. So yes, I'm not a great person to preach the power of music theory, but it is valuable for people who are trying to learn guitar. Yeah, I learned by, oh man, that Rage Against the Machine song's the shit. And then I learned how to play it, right? Killing in the Name of. Awesome. Right? I learned how to play Root by Deftones. That one's really fun. Like, dude, that one's good. Right? Learning 46 and 2 by Tool. Oh, yeah. Right? That's basically what taught me the Tool scale. Right? They use basically one scale for most of their music. And it works. I forget the name of the scale. So yeah, I'd say learn a couple scales as well, and it'll actually make a whole bunch of songs that you're trying to learn via tab make a lot of sense because you realize that they're just using the scale. I mean, it depends. I think people who learn music theory first set themselves up for a lot of success. Instead, you're going to have to get used to being really bad at it for a long time until something clicks, which is different. So, I don't know. I think purely tab-based learning is doing it the hard way. I haven't, Bob. I mean, technically it should be possible, but what we read is it needs to be GPL v2 for that. Oh, and I'm sorry. Box dirty. That's the first time you've ever even tried to do that. Feel free to, like, no, you're good. You can do it now. If you just copy and paste your command, that'd be great. I could copy and paste it for you if it's not available. Yeah, I'll just do that real quick. That way, you know, other people can see it. Yeah, exactly, Box3. I think that's a great point, right? As far as efficiency spent learning, right? The time spent learning, I think some music theory stuff. You don't need to memorize every chord. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, we're not going to be giving regulars permission to that person, because we have that for a reason. But yeah, I would say learning some music theory is useful. Yeah, exactly. Right, Radiant? No, it's fine, Dutch. You probably just got here. I think that's your first message here at all. So I get you. Thank you for the follow. I actually just saw that. I was checking to see if you had already followed or not. So thank you. Appreciate that. Tablature. Ooh, there you go. And then we can avoid the whole word getting blocked. Fancy. No, so I get that, Sergeant Pepper, right? Learn some tablature first. Sure, it depends on you. I think the way Box30 phrased it was the music theory can be really helpful, and then learning a song you like here and there can keep you motivated. Right? And what you're saying there, Sergeant Pepper, is basically the same thing. Just the order in which you start. But yeah, that is a huge problem with music school. It's all music theory. Yeah. Learn this chord, learn that chord, instead of learning how to actually, like, play some music. So yeah, that gets tough. Yeah, I agree with that 1000%. Yeah, most of the, like, songs that I play, like my own songs, there's pretty much no theory to it. I just started playing what sounded good, and then I found something else that sounded good next to it. And then I just kept going. Yeah. But again, that is the more time-consuming approach to it. So if you want to learn a bit quicker, yeah, a little bit of theory will go a long way. Yeah, I like the way they have this table as well. So it doesn't have to be GPL when you open source it, right? They're doing Apache. Totally fine. Oh, thank you, Radiant. Yeah, I got one call scheduled. I'm gonna have to reply to this other one. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to reboot this PC tonight. I don't know what the deal is. Definitely, the video card is just blowing it. So they did say over the next 2 weeks. I should probably edit the week after that, too. Yeah. That's my bad. There we go. You were looking at Terraform itself? I mean, it's not MIT anymore. And that was a big, huge, like, ugh thing that a lot of people got upset about when they did the relicensing. I didn't realize MariaDB created it, basically. That's interesting. Let me update my issue here. No problem from Ryan? Awesome. Thank you, Ryan. And let me edit with a link. Cool. Oh, you mean another project? What project were you talking about? Oh, when you said this project, you just meant a project. Gotcha. I get it. So yeah, just some other project that you were aware of. All right. Yeah, I misunderstood that. All right, so let's close some of this. Let's go look at, did our test pass? Did it blend? An open source Notion competitor? Is that Obsidian or is that a different thing? Ooh, 2 validation errors. We didn't actually update the test server. Yeah. I need to create an issue for that. All right, so we can push that up to the Python SDK, but I do need an issue for it. This one is update how the UI generates group JSON files. The Python code failed via Pydantic validation due to props missing in the group's features. Prop. make sure the UI/app generates JSON that will pass all language validation. That way we at least have it. We know what the issue is. Yeah, we just have to add that. And I believe that is the exact issue we ran into with DM Mulroy last week, so we might not even have anything extra to do for his testing, and we may be good. So we'll find that out tomorrow. And then after that, if it just works, we got some other stuff that we can definitely do via the OCaml, generating the, the types file that we could use to prevent magic strings would be awesome. Getting the GitHub action going would be awesome. And okay, so let me read this. So a fine. I haven't heard of a fine before. Pair. Anyway, so Bob, it's quite interesting. They AGPL'd it during development with a plan to change the license afterwards. They will switch to MPL, which is Mozilla Public License, right? Or a more looser license release after the corresponding components are ready for production. Interesting, Bob. But then, basically, they still had, like, another thing that was AGPL, right? So their database or data structure Octobase is still AGPL. But the UI is MIT. Very interesting. Thank you, Radiant. Appreciate you. Yeah, we'll see you again soon. What are you getting from the store? Like, what are you having for dinner tonight? I haven't even thought about what I'm cooking, and it's already 5 o'clock. Yeah, so they phrased it as, so all code, and that was from the Octobase project. So maybe Octobase isn't done yet? Right? Based upon their phrasing, they don't consider Octobase production ready. And then it kind of like really gives the nuance of, well, what if it's never production ready, right? Gmail was in beta for like 10 years. So yeah, I find that a little troubling. But all right, so next steps. And yeah, I missed a couple other follows. Life of Gash, hope you're still out there. Santash, hope you're still out there. Ayub, thank you as well. Appreciate the follows. Let's pour another beverage. And yeah, so assuming that our tests pass, or not all the tests, but a fair number of them, and interesting. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . The client now passes over here, but fails the PHP. So we're doing something wrong in the PHP code that we're not doing wrong in the Python code. We're gonna have to look at that. We did get the client passing because we got the serialization working now. So yeah, I'm gonna say we are ready to merge the Python code. Let's do that. I am gonna call it ready. Oh, hold up. No, you know what? Yeah, we actually are missing some tests in our Python code. We need to update that. Right, when we look at the test file for enums, it's not great. Or no, enums we're fine with. It's test client here. We're only doing the gradual group stuff. And if we look at some of the other tests, we do some, right, gradual group, some scheduled stuff, some toggleable stuff. I'm willing to bet our scheduled test that we're fetching from test server is going to fail. So we need to hack those out. We need those in here before we merge. I do need to use the restroom. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go pour some more water while I do so. I'll be right back, and yeah, we need to hack out a few more tests for the Python code here. Once we finish that, we can get it merged. And then we'll think about what our next steps are. So, BRB, see you in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Boy. So yeah, dinner tonight. Either some pot pies or I'm trying to think of the easy stuff I got. Yeah, pot pies are probably it. I can do bacon and eggs too. It's not a bad idea. Both very easy meals. And yeah, what's everyone up to? I bet we got a few new people here. Haven't heard from everyone about what their plans and activities are for the coming week or so. Working on your arcade game, Quiet Quitters? Oh, that sounds dope. Wait, I haven't seen that. What's the game? Like, what's it like? Do you have a link or anything for us? I mean, share when you're ready. Sounds fun, though. I love the name. I don't know why it didn't seem like a level-based game, but again, I don't know what kind of game is it? Can you describe it to us? Alright, so we got gradual group in there. I mean, let's go look at some of our other tests, too. So the order in which we end up doing it, we do gradual first. And we do selective, sure. Okay, so oh, I gotcha. Okay, so part of the one-button game jam decided to add to it since you got over 400 plays during the game jam? Nice. Yeah, that's awesome. Instead of, like, I mean, I guess Quiet Quitters is good. I was going to say, I'd call that one just 9 to 5. Maybe you could build it out into another game, right? Where you got mini games in it. I don't know if you played Dave the Diver, but I think Dave the Diver nailed it by basically making all their boss fights up until the final boss just like mini games. And then, like, you know, the game itself is basically like you're doing the fishing thing, which is like one part of the game, and then there's the sushi restaurant part, and then there's, like, you know, like the farming and some of those other things. Oh man, yeah, I want to say, like, they did an amazing job of just gluing together a bunch of already existing mini games. Yeah, if you wanted to release it out as like a bigger like game that you sell on Steam, etc., like, you could probably even sell this one too. But I mean, if you want to make like a bigger game, yeah, I think you're onto something, right? You got the 2D side scroller as your like main game, but maybe you have like a mini game of your day-to-day like work, right? Like the sales part of the game, I guess. Yeah, just working like different mini games and gluing them all together with a cohesive like story. Bam! Like, yeah, you might be onto something there, dude. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, with a bunch of mini games and you're just gluing them together to be one cohesive experience. Exactly, right? So yeah, you got quiet quitters, which is this, and then you make a new game and call it 9 to 5 or something. And the quiet quitting part is just one mini game at the end of your workday. Maybe you have another game for like driving through traffic home. That could be really fun. Yeah, maybe. I like the idea of calling it 9 to 5. I don't know if that exists as a game yet, though. So, I don't know. But yeah, sounds really cool. Good job. All right, so we do client.sync flags, and then we got to write our other test. So yeah, Goob chimed in, letting us know what he's doing. What's everyone else doing? Anything fun? Working on some documentation. Nice. Yeah, what type of docs? Just like a README or something? Working on like your documentation for like a proposal at work? Maybe working on like, you know, like a documentation website using Astro or something? Yeah, I'm curious, Bob. Internal docs to help the ops team? Yeah, in Confluence? Perfect. Yeah, those are useful. Weird that that didn't autocomplete for us, but okay. All right, so we'll assert that to true. Let's double check the Python. It is should be in list. Yep. Oh, shit. I wanted to keep that. This one goes to true. That goes to number feature. This should be 42. Planning on playing some BG3 later? Nice. Yeah, I'm really pumped on like the evil weekend group we got, and like, you know, the good playthrough group that we got on Wednesdays. Really pumped on that. Super fun. I'm playing the Dark Urge on our evil playthrough. Dude, I wasn't aware how brutal it was gonna get. I refused like the first Dark Urge thing that we would have done. I don't want to spoil any of that. I just couldn't bring myself to do that. But the second one was kind of forced. I didn't even... I had no input into it happening. But I got real sad. I got real sad at the result of it. So yeah, the Dark Urge, man. If you played through the game once, play through it again as the Dark Urge, and it will be a massively different experience. Even if you make all the same decisions. So yeah, it's really good. I really liked it. But okay, so we get our selective group tests in there. We need some more. We need to sync up value. Yep, we need to sync some flags. What's up, Mr. Pound Sign? Can I call you Dr. Octothorpe? No, that's my father's name. Or something like that, right? Now, we're actually doing Python right now. We're just looking at the PHP tests for like, to know which tests we need to write. We've already done the PHP. We're just making sure that our Python tests cover the same amount of stuff. I have a 2-year degree in applied science from a community college. Everybody is community taught. Whether you have a college degree or not, it's not going to give you everything you need to be productive on your job. No matter what, you're going to have to put in your own effort to actually make sure that you are hireable. You're not hireable fresh out of university. That doesn't exist. So it's always going to take extra effort. All university and college does is teach you how to learn. And they help you get through some of the, like, interview bullshit. You could learn it all online. That's what I was getting at, Dutch. Now, I don't know if you could do it all online. That part's up to you. I can't make that decision for you. If you think you need help on how to put in proper research, etc., which... the fact that you're asking here means you haven't put in the proper research on if you need a degree or not. Well then, yeah, you might need to get a degree because it sounds like you are not personal learning focused first. Because you should have been able to find all sorts of information about college versus self-taught online. It all exists, man. a Twitch chat is not the right place to do research. So I'm going to say right now, Dutch, I apologize if this sounds a little judgmental, but the fact that you're asking us is a bit of a red flag. The fact that you're asking us already hints that you're not able to put in the research yourself, which means you're probably not capable of teaching yourself. Prove me wrong. But asking in a Twitch chat is a heuristic that you have failed. Yeah, again, Mr. Pound Sign, the type of person that's going to ask that question in a Twitch chat, do you think that's the type of person that's going to run their own side projects while also doing schoolwork? Statistically, the answer is no. They could be an outlier. But if you're having to ask the question of whether you can teach yourself, the answer is probably no. You need the mentality of, damn right I can do it, not doubting yourself. You need the mentality of, even if someone tells you you can't, you can. If you don't have that mentality, self-teaching is not your best avenue. Sorry. The number one mentality someone needs for self-teaching is, fuck it, someone else did it, why can't I? If you're having to ask us if it's possible, you don't have that mentality. No, I get you, Mr. Pound Sign. We get the question very often in this chat. Yeah. So Bob is already recognizing that I've had to respond to this question a lot of times. Every single person that's asked it has further pushed me to recognize that they're probably not the type of person that can teach themselves. Yeah, we get it like at least a person per stream. We didn't get any this weekend, which was interesting. But it is a very common question, and the people asking that question are almost self-selecting for not being able to self-teach. Because the entire internet is available to them. But they had to ask us? Huh. Okay. No, Mr. Pound Sign, I get you. No. Like, you don't have to apologize. I'm just simply pointing out why I responded the way I did. That's all. You have nothing to apologize for. Yeah, Bob, maybe that's it, right? Like, if you're having to ask us, you're already up shit creek, right? You can't outsource a decision like that. And that's a very good way of putting it, but it's like way more dismissive, in my opinion. So I decided to be less dismissive. Yeah, no worries, Dutch. It's fine. You didn't have to ask. And I would say having a bit of self-doubt is important, right? It keeps us humble. Keeps us, willing to learn more. Often when people ask the question here, though, they haven't actually put in any research if it's possible, So yeah, right? You already know it's possible, man. Why do you need to ask? And that is the self-doubt thing. I get it. We all have it. Anyone that's worth talking to has self-doubt. But at some point, you got to just simply tell yourself that you can. Here's another way I'll phrase it. I am actually adamantly against taking lessons for snowboarding. Adamantly against it. I don't think it's worth it. Seriously, man. You're going to learn from people that can't possibly do it as well as someone who does it well, because if someone does it well, they're not fucking teaching lessons, man. They're out there snowboarding. Right? It is so rare to have someone who's actually gone through the effort and gotten sponsored to actually be an instructor at a ski resort. That is so damn rare. Yeah, I don't know, man. Now, very different when you consider summer camps and places where, like, the best of the best go to just snowboard all summer and then teach people while they're doing it. That's a different thing. So, yeah. You know, Windell's, actually, that's skiers now. High Cascade, Camp of Champions. The instructors you're going to get there are actually sponsored snowboarders. Now, typically, they're not the ones that collect an actual paycheck for it, though. They're dudes that get free gear. So there's also just like a certain level of separation there too. If they're already getting paid to snowboard, they don't need to go be an instructor. They can just go get into the camp for free under their sponsor's name. So, again, I'm adamantly against instructors for snowboarding, because I've always had the mentality that if someone else can do it, why the fuck can't I? That mentality will send you so much further than lessons will. But, remember, as I said at the beginning, a degree helps get you through human resources when they're filtering through resumes. That might be worth it. I can't make that decision for you. So hold on. If you wanted something that calculated something for an RPG or wanted a task manager, you had to do it yourself, whereas now there's so many tools available it discourages people from trying. The cultural shift to never show failure? I'm going to slightly disagree with that, Dr. Octothorpe. The cultural shift to never show failure? That's kind of always been there, right? I don't think it's actually a shift. I think the mentality of never showing failure has kind of always been there. But now with social media, it's more prevalent. I can see that. But it's kind of always been there. Right? Something that calculates something for an RPG. I mean, for the longest time, there's been tools that did that for you. At the end of the day, gluing together tools is what we kind of do the majority of our time. Isn't it? As a software dev, I'm gluing together other people's tools more often than I'm writing some tool from scratch. Ooh, so I'm going to shout out a real quick appeal to authority, Mr. Pound Sign. I'm almost 40. I've been doing dev just as long as you. I didn't have it as a career while I was a snowboard bum, but I've been exposed to programming just as long. The ability to self-teach has been there. I remember learning ActionScript from Karupa. Right? Like, no, the ability to self-teach has been there since the internet. There's more tools for self-teaching now, actually. Not just more tools to consume as a library. So I don't know. I'm going to say you've got a bit of a bias there, and relying upon the 20 years into your career thing, that's an appeal to authority. try and avoid the appeal to authority fallacy. I really don't like it. When someone falls back on an appeal to authority, it's typically because they are being lazy and don't want to explain their point better. Yes, I've seen a lot change, but the ability to self-teach has always been there. And it's been copy and pastable from Karupa for ActionScript type stuff since the year 2000. I know, I got you. And we can respectfully disagree. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Pounds. I just want to say, like, try and avoid the appeal to authority stuff. I don't think you were doing it that hard there. But in general, when you're having conversations, recognize why you're doing it. Is it always just trying to give perspective? Or is it sometimes just because you don't want to explain what you're saying better? I'm not saying you did either one here. I'm not trying to, like, you know, cast that blame. I'm just saying try and avoid the appeal to authority. You'll have better conversations, arguments, discussions. And here's like a more fun thing. I make a lot of snowboard analogies. I think we all know people who've been snowboarding for 20 years and still suck at it. I think we know a lot of people who've been playing guitar for 20 years and still suck at it. So the time is not the important thing. The effort put in during that time is way more important. I met kids who got full paid sponsorship snowboarding within 3 years of learning how to snowboard, and I've known other people who've been instructors for 15 that can't spin a 360. You know. Can't spin a 540. Can't fucking nose press on a rail. I wouldn't trust them riding near me in a powder field. You know, like all sorts of things. So time alone is not a great measure. I am guilty of appealing to snowboarding analogies. Yeah, that's my logical fallacy. That is me as a human being. I am a walking version of that logical fallacy. I am the ghost of snowboarding analogies. I don't get called on very much for, like, Scrooge-style situations, but when I do, woo, buddy, it's worth it. Again, I really appreciate the conversation, so thank you, Mr. Poundstone. I appreciate it. It was less of a how dare you and more of a try and avoid it in the future if you can. All right, so we got our sync flags there. And what's up, Four-Wheel Gator? How you doing? Alright, so we need to do some assertions here for the value stuff. Scheduled we'll go after. Eating ice cream for dinner? I mean, it's got protein and calories. That totally works. It's not the best, like, ratio of, like, calorie type, but it does have protein in it. You could do worse. Some potato chips and a glass of milk. You know, that's a good low-carb meal. Well, not low-carb. That's a good small meal. No, I get it, Mr. Pound Sign. I'm just going to throw out there that if you want to continue having conversations here, and appeal to authority is something I'm going to push back on every time. Right? That is more setting the grounds for conversation in this chat. I know you said 3 things. The one thing I'm getting at is the appeal to authority, though. And it's not a fallacy. It is simply pointing out that if you want to have good conversations in this chat, don't do appeals to authority. More often than not, it's an excuse to not explain your opinion better. Right? Couldn't you have just explained your opinion better rather than using the 20 years thing? Possibly using an anecdote from 20 years ago instead? Yes, I think so. At which point, I could have given a counterpoint, right? But there's no counterpoint to, I've been doing it 20 years, listen to me, right? There is no counterpoint to that, other than calling out the fact that there's no counterpoint to that. I want to mention coffee and coding. Yes, there are more resources, but there's also more libraries. So it's kind of like hitting on what they were trying to get at, I think. You could just reach for a library rather than building it yourself, and you deprive yourself of what it would be like to build a library for that. I understand that point they were making, for sure. Right? There are more pre-built things out there for you to consume if you just want to make something. So I can agree with that too. There's way more like resources too for self-teaching. Sure. I know, I get that coffee and coding, but it becomes very easy to reach for a library. And I think that's the point that Mr. Pound Sign was getting at. If someone's just trying to build something, they are somewhat deprived of the ability to make it because they're going to reach for the library first. You know, like me. I tend to want to build things, like actual like applications, rather than wanting to build a library. So in many cases, I'll consume a library first and foremost. That's my instinct. That's where I reach. I don't think that means that you can't self-teach yourself, right? That's a bit redundant, but you know what I mean. So that's where I'm agreeing with both of you in some way, and I'm disagreeing with both of you in some way. Yeah, right? There's so much bad information out there that didn't exist before, right? So the needle in the haystack has increased. The amount of needles in the haystack has also increased, but the haystack is getting bigger, right? The amount of needles is increasing too, But we don't know if they're evenly distributed. I think that analogy works. I'm sticking to it. I do think there was a lot of really bad information back in the day, too. If you wanted to learn some ActionScript, a lot of, like, the snippets on Karupa were actually really bad programming. But you'd copy and paste them, they'd do what you wanted, and you'd move on. Exactly. Yeah. Differing opinions is actually beautiful. So, stoked on it. All right, so let's finish hacking out these tests. Ooh, I know what I'm eating for dinner tonight. It's a super good, easy, lazy meal. I got dumplings, so I can just throw those in the steamer. That'll be delicious. Yeah, there we go. I'm having dumplings tonight. I should probably eat a little more with it. I only have one packet of dumplings. So I'll fryer up the fryer as well. Have some French fries with it. French fries and dumplings, that's an okay meal, right? If you disagree, keep that one to yourself. Damn right. Alright, that's what I thought. Coffee and coding. Have you been listening to Andrew Tate? Are you a tater tot? That's a very big thing he preaches. All right, good. I was about to judge you. No, I'm not even kidding. Fuck that dude. I get it. Yeah, massively important. Important. Don't skimp on sleep. It really fucks with your cognitive abilities. Right? You cook a lot, you've got a family. I get you. I think that's the big thing, right? Your time is already at a premium. Yeah, time is meant to be wasted, right? Time enjoyed is not time wasted. I get it, coffee and coding. What you might consider, you could actually, like, book a chef, right? They'd come into your kitchen using ingredients you pre-purchase ahead of time and cook up a bunch of meals that you could just cook later in the week, right? That might be worth it if you think you could be spending that time better. I'd really consider that, yeah. If you're anywhere near, like, a metropolitan area, right? If you're out in the boonies, like Adam.dev, well, yeah, it'd be really hard to find, like, a personal chef. Improve efficiency in the kitchen? I mean, honestly, coffee and coding, that would be doing meal prep. Meal prep is the way you improve your efficiency in the kitchen. Might be something you check out. Oh, I gotcha. So it's not necessarily a week at a time. All right. Yeah, that works. Exactly. Yeah, Sergeant Pepper. Yeah, I agree with that, right? We've even seen Ken Wheeler. Right? We've seen Ken Wheeler does meal prep. And then sometimes he does amazing one-off meals. Right? So someone who's basically a foodie also does the meal prep thing. Like, I totally get it. I get you, coffee and coding. Like, there's a bunch of dishes you can do like that that aren't lazy and ugh, like what I'm about to do tonight. I just haven't gone to the grocery store to grab, like, all the stuff I need. There you go. Yeah, Ken Wheeler's awesome. He's a super cool dude. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Can't stand grocery shopping? Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I'm not saying I agree. I know, I'm sorry. Coffee. Yeah. Tater tots are delicious. Tater tots, as people that follow Andrew Tate, not so. It's a different spelling. They are tater tot, right? Like Taugght instead of tater tots. It's a different thing. Tater thoughts. Oh, yeah, they are so misguided. I can understand that. Oh, I'm just now seeing there's like another tier of premium. What the fuck? Like on Twitter? Includes the option to hide your check mark? Ooh, that's like the main feature they're billing you for. Yeah, we'll totally bill you, like, you know, and do like the premium thing. Wait, there's a third tier? I didn't know there was a third tier. I didn't see it. Hold on. Nah, Premium Plus is all there is. There's, hold on, Premium. Oh, there's Basic. Oh, I didn't realize there was a Basic. Okay. Huh. Actually, the Basic seems really good. Shit, I might downgrade to Basic. I don't remember that one. Oh, the based tier. Yeah, I can see that. That's not a bad idea. I can see that one. Right? Elon's enough of a memer. We could see it changing in like a week. Yeah, I feel like it hasn't always been that way. When did they add those? How long has that been a thing? How long have I not been pay to win? I'm like, pay to exist. Last couple weeks? Okay. Is that how some of these people are having their tweets go like way more viral than they normally would? I'm almost willing to like blame that for sure. All right, let's keep doing this. So value group. Assert equals. All right, so value group. We need the feature, name, or ID. That ends up being value group dot string feature dot and then after that we need the default value, which is empty string. Mr. Pound Sign, are you even out there still, or did we scare you off? I'm sorry. I still mean what I said about the comments, but I'm sorry if I scared you off. He won't hear that, sorry, if I scared him off. Shit. Well, shit. Did he just say whale shit? No, I didn't watch the trailer yet. I guess it's not the same leak. Someone over on YouTube even mentioned it too. I guess it's not the same leak as like last week or the week before. But yeah, I'll watch it here at some point. We'll do it over on Gaming Stream. I saw Dax's comment. So Dax had a post. For everyone asking, yes, the GTA trailer is exactly what my life is like. I chimed in with a comment saying, I haven't seen it yet, but I assume it involves copious amounts of coconuts. And yes, I got to use copious in a sentence today. It's on my word calendar. We're good. Oh, this is my last whiskey that will have the lemonade mix in it. I'm actually really sad about that. That means my next whiskeys are not gonna have the lemonade mix. And that's a tragedy. Hello? Hello? Ooh, that's a good echo. Yeah, I'm out of lemonade mix. It's empty, man. Now, that's actually kind of cool looking. I don't mind that. That's pretty good. Ooh, that could be an effect or something. Now, I'll go get more lemonade mix. I need to go to Costco here soon. I might try and do that tomorrow morning. I might save it till Wednesday. Yeah, the reflections were crazy. Time for whiskey neat. When I do whiskey neat, no, it's whiskey with a bunch of water in it. So yeah, I do watered down whiskey, which really doesn't taste as good as whiskey lemonade. Watered down whiskey works though. It's delicious. I prefer something I can sip a little better and also stay hydrated with, because hangovers are typically a lack of hydration. So yeah, I like to make sure I'm getting enough water. So I like a good mixer that adds a bunch of water. The lemonade does. And I do it on like a light lemonade mix, which means I'm not like overdoing the sugar, which is also like a cause for hangovers, etc. I mean, I need water, right? Yeah, water is important. This is basically a water whiskey. It's really not enough lemonade mix. And hold on, I'm gonna do this tweet. I probably should have just scheduled it, but yeah, I'm gonna do it. Hold on, let me double check. I actually know the definition of despondent. Nope. Someone co-opted it. The chillest music. The best anime-inspired cutscenes. Only thing missing is full voice acting. Luckily, I like doing voices for the gaming stream. Risk of Rain? I could give it a shot. So they just released a remastered version of Risk of Rain 1, and they hit it out of the park. I mean, I'd check that out. That sounds good. All right, so we got one more set of tests to write. Yeah, we didn't pivot to any other projects yet. Risk of Rain 2 looks really good as well. That's like more of like a good like group game though, isn't it? Right? Like, you'd rather play Risk of Rain 2 with, like, multiple people. God, yeah, this whiskey doesn't taste nearly as good. Like, I might as well be zero lemonade on this one. Gross. But yeah, we got one more thing. Let's do our selected tests. Oh, it's fine for it, Wheel. Yeah, I get you. I'm sorry. It's just, it's the time of day that I can gaming stream. So yeah, I'm sorry about that. And I don't have VODs turned on for that one, do I? Yeah, that's my fault. Real quick, let me shout out some follows I totally missed. Oh, I'm so sorry. Mark of Zen. Ooh, I like that. Maybe it's like Markov Zen, right? Like Markov chain. I feel like you'd use a V if you wanted Markov as part of it. So it's Mark of Zen. I'm going to say Mark. Thank you. Sophia E? There's a lot of E's in that, so I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I can just say Sophia. Thank you for the follow. And Robert Litchfield. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, welcome. Hope y'all are still out there. I'm sorry. It took me a while to actually respond. It's like this dude smokes weed or something. I don't get it. Can I point out, I have not been smoking much weed lately. I'm on like a 3 bong toke a week regimen. I'm not doing it on purpose even. I really like having dreams though. I've been having so many dreams lately that are just amazing. I finally had like another, hold on real quick. Considering what you've seen of content on gaming channel, it's better to keep the VODs off. You're not wrong. I'd like to fix that. That's my fault. I feel like I haven't overdone it in a while. But you're not wrong. And I totally forgot what I was saying now. But that was a good comment, so touche. It's good content, but Twitch has bad ideas sometimes. I mean, everything I do is okay. Except when I get too much of the whiskey in me. But that's something I want to try and avoid anyway, you know? So, that's fine. Yeah, like... too much whiskey isn't good for anybody. Me or my viewers. And hey, what's up, Spiridon? Hold up. Interesting that you just now followed. But we've been following each other on Twitter for a while, so I'm going to do this for you. Hope I spelled that right. Nah, you're good, man. I assume you lurk already, right? You've been lurking for ages and just haven't clicked that button because I go live pretty much every day, so it's so easy to just like head to Twitch, see who's streaming, and maybe click in. So yeah, I get it. I appreciate you. I definitely spelled your name wrong. Shit. You've lurked at least 2 times. I get you. That's not much considering I stream like 200 plus days a year. I think it's more than that actually. Oh damn. Are we only at 130 subs right now? Whoa, shit. All right. That took a major dip after, like, all the gifted subs from last month cut off. Damn, we were at, like, 190, like, a week ago. So that's gnarly. Well, whatever. I know plenty of streamers that would kill for 130. So I get it. Appreciate all y'all. Thank you for the sub there. Whoa, hold up. Whoa, dude. You did 6 months in advance? That is a lot of faith. Whoa, dude. Holy shit. Thanks, man. I hope you got a good discount from that. That's a lot of faith that I'm going to continue to deliver content you're stoked on. Thank you, Cianhorn. Mr. Sir. Canhorn himself. 41 months. I feel like, you're up there in, like, the top 5. I'm almost positive. My longest sub. Whoa. Dude, hold up. Dude, I didn't even finish the shout out. Now it seems like I'm shouting you out because you gifted. I just mistyped it a second ago, okay? So hold on, man. I was gonna do that already. I just mistyped it. And here's the thing. I'm not even following you yet. So now I am. There we go. But yeah, hold on. Who got hit by that? Dude, that was 20? I didn't even look at the number. Dude, you did not have to do that at all. At all. Right? I was gonna shout you out anyway, man. Thank you for chilling. But hold on, let's see who got slapped by the subhammer. WebDev2, Hector HSC, Steel Toad, Laharsky, Reno in MMO. Ooh, I haven't seen Reno in ages. Reno in MO. But yeah, I haven't seen Reno in a long time. GS Volt, Nate Codes, Dev Bosch, Fire S, Soapy Vale, Shintai, Badman, Lightspeed, Efficacy, Tazdeej, Ryan Winchester TV, The Solution, Zinth Code, Fabio, and Doc Kool-Aid. Yeah, dude. Thanks, man. Like, you didn't have to do that. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for the 6 months ahead of time. Like, yeah, all that, man. I was gonna shout you out regardless of that. I just mistyped it the first time. You didn't give me a chance to finish. Yeah, numbers are a fickle thing. So keep that in mind, right? Don't use it to judge the value you deliver. Because that's like a path to like being unhappy about your numbers. Some of the best streamers I know don't actually look at their numbers while they're live. I believe Bash Bunny, Rocks Codes, who we haven't seen stream for a while, but I'm looking forward to it again. Right? Like, there's a bunch of streamers that do not look at their numbers while they stream, and it'll actually lead to a happier life. Right? Because it just lets you deliver the content. Now, I'm not that. I look at those numbers nonstop, and I remember specifically days in which I'm, like, sad because the number's lower than it should be. Than I think it should be. Whiskey. It's a whiskey day. Yeah, it's one of those things that could actually make you, like, super bummed. So you want to make sure that you're not letting it determine how much value. If he watches his number, his content goes downhill. Yeah, I definitely have had moments where I'm, like, sad about the number of people watching, you know? It'd be better if I didn't look. I'm just not capable of that. I need to fix that. Yeah, the more, like, despondent and sad I get on gaming stream, the worse my content gets. So, like, yeah, no, I totally get it. Yeah, for sure, Four Wheel. Like, yeah, it's like a vicious cycle. If you see yourself doing poorly, you're going to actually give worse content. So, yeah, that sucks. So, I get that. That makes a lot of sense to me. To a degree, I'd say maybe lower that 200 number and you're good, right? 1 engaged user versus 30 non-engaged users. Valuable, because it helps you stay attentive to stream, helps you maintain, like, interaction, etc. But I'd say the 200 number is a bit high. I'd happily take 200 non-engaged viewers right now, even if there was no one in chat. yeah, just saying. Just throwing that out there. That was a bit inflated. And yeah, thank you for kicking off that hype train, man. Appreciate you. And yeah, Prime's awesome. When I was talking about my longest subs, yeah, Raimu's right there, number 1. My second longest sub, I believe, is the Primogen. And Alt F4 stream is like 1 behind Prime. So yeah, like my longest subs, like the top 5 is a really cool, awesome group of people. I might be one of Prime's longest subs, too. I'm pretty sure, actually. I know I'm up there. I don't know if I'm top 5 or top 10, but I'm somewhere up there. Maybe. Prime is actually really good about, like, supporting the community. He's really good about that. That's one of my favorite things about him. Like, he supports the community in such an awesome way. He really does spread around who he raids, like, all that stuff. Like, he's really good about it. When it comes to giving back to the community, yeah, he's way up there. I gotcha. I feel like that statement is a little harsher than it should be. I'll acknowledge the statement that he's hard to watch if you're trying to get stuff done, because he will take your attention. Right? He's very entertaining. If you're trying to put him on in the background while you're doing work, you're not going to get much done. Whereas I think this stream, it's a pretty good background stream. He starts to speak faster than Rust? Wait, what does that mean? He reminds you of Dr. Disrespect. And are you not a Dr. Disrespect fan? He is a very fast speaker, yes. I think that actually harms his ability. Zero respect for Dr. D. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I don't like the character Dr. Disrespect plays. I can actually acknowledge how, like, awesome, like, some of his, like, content is, right? His scene changing. Like, a lot of the stuff that Prime has kind of, like, taken from Dr. Disrespect are the things that I like about Dr. Disrespect. Yeah, no, I totally get that for you, right? You hate Dr. D. Right? It's not even zero respect. It's like negative respect, right? Maybe hate's too strong a word. But yeah. You actively dislike Dr. Disrespect. I can totally recognize that. I think the things that Prime has done are heavily inspired by Dr. Disrespect. But, don't judge Prime for that. At some point, Prime is Prime. I consider Dr. Disrespect a Prime clone. How about that? Yeah, the word hate is too strong. I apologize. Actively dislike? Is that the word you're willing to, like, get behind? Is that the phrase? Actively avoid, maybe? I think Fireship and Prime actually know each other or have chatted. Here's the thing about Fireship, though, right? I think he heavily relies upon, like, pre-written content. I don't think in person Fireship would be like that fucking, like, bam, 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 right? His videos are made and written in such a way that he pre-records and pre-writes pretty much everything he's going to say. For good effect, right? Whereas Prime is, like, off the cuff. So I think they're totally separate things. So yeah, actively dislike Dr. D. I get that. I totally get it. There's been a lot of ways in which Dr. D has put me off as well. And at this point, I actually really doubt if it's the character being a jerk or if it's just the dude behind the character being a jerk. He's made some really shitty comments. Like, even about his own community, you know? Like, dude. Ugh. What are we coding? We are slowly coding out some of the unit tests for the Vexilla Python SDK. I need to just finish hacking out these existing tests that we have into Python syntax based upon what we've done and how it works. You know, I'm taking my sweet time. Oh, low-level learning. He's awesome. Yeah, he's great. We've seen him here. I think he's a mod on stream right now. If not, I can fix that. Yeah, I know the streamer. He's great. He's super cool. Him shaving his beard, though, like, I didn't recognize him at first. I thought someone was like, bullshitting or something. I thought someone was, like, taking over his channel. I mean, Four Wheel, I'm really happy that you included me in that. I usually don't get included in, like, the wish list of, like, Prime content. Right? More often than not, people would say Melky in place of me, right? Which I get. He's an entertaining dude. He's got a good sense of humor. I get it. I think I would be best as, like, yeah, you got yourself a podcast? Bring me on as the naysayer. Everybody needs a heel. Yeah, I think that would actually be the biggest thing for Wheel. What you're getting at is, like, I disagree respectfully often enough that I think the discussions are valuable. In the same way, I participated in Jacob MG Evans' Twitter space on Friday. I chimed in here on stream. I really hope he's okay with that. I don't have explicit permission to do so. He hasn't told me to stop yet, though. But in that Twitter space, I got to chat with Theo, chat with Sam Selikoff, which is awesome. I've been a fan of Sam since, like, Ember. Like, 10 plus years ago type shit. So it was really cool to participate in a space with Sam. And also, like, yeah, Theo's, like, a super cool dude. I definitely had a statement I said that I think was harsher. Right? He made it, and I simply said, like, Theo, I don't know if you've worked on enterprise applications and code bases, you know, to make that comment or something like that. Like, I don't know in my exact phrasing. I reached out to him to make sure that he's not bummed. No, not Theo Von. I mean, like, you know, T3 Theo. I don't fucking know Theo Von. Why would I ever be in a conversation with Theo Von? Our worlds do not overlap in any way, shape, or form. But yes, T3 Theo was over in Jacob's space, and it was awesome. It was super cool. You do never know who talks to who, but you can actually assume that separation. But yeah, like, yeah, Theo helped explain the scope of React server components and how forms work with them, and basically like actions around those things. And I think I had some comments that were coming from the perspective of large-scale applications, right? And how I would discover what endpoints are actually being hit by some of these components that might access server-side things themselves. I don't like a deeply nested API access. I fucking hate that, actually. I really don't like the idea of a nested component doing some type of mutation. I don't like that. I'd rather define every API access at the top level of a route and then pass that down, possibly via context, to other components that need to consume it. And then, when I go look at a route, I can see exactly everything it's trying to do, whether it's in a nested component or not. If I'm onboarding into a giant enterprise code base, the route level concerns of what things can be modified or fetched, that is huge to me. That is massive. I really like that. To me, nested server components or RSCs or whatever harm that aspect to me. In the comment or in the discussion, one person chimed in like, well, you could just look at your dev tools and figure it out. Dude, if I'm talking to a backend dev that said the request to this thing failed because I'm not passing the right data in some way, I want to be able to look at every single route that could possibly modify or hit that endpoint, and then I can narrow down the place that might be sending the wrong data. I feel like I have less of an ability to do so when a nested component can modify things willy-nilly. Yeah, nested components that do their own mutations rather than the top-level smart component exposing all of these methods to something nested within it. Nah, like the route abstraction is hugely important to me. And this is coming from applications that I think need to scale to many developers, right? At that point, you might have groups of routes that are only maintained by one team. And then another group of routes is another team. In that case, knowing which route is doing this, or which route could even possibly do this, it's hugely useful, and exposing that out in some way for easy discoverability is a really hard problem. Yeah, exactly, Four-Wheel Gator. I'm getting at the exact problem you're talking about. I've dealt with back-end devs that are like, hey, we're getting a log that a bunch of stuff to this endpoint isn't working. But it's not every request to it. It's like a specific request coming from somewhere. How do I find that one place doing the wrong thing? To me, if I have all of those like mutations or requests, etc., exposed at the route level, I know that I can just look at the routes, right? I can analyze the route components and not worry about the forms yet until I expose which route is doing it wrong. So I get that, Sergeant Pepper, and that is correct, right? When instead, you might not be using TRPC because the backend you're consuming does not do TRPC. They're some like Rust or Go or Ruby or whatever, right? The backend can be written in anything. So then my front end needs to be responsible and conscious of what is doing what. So Spiridon, I get you. I think the biggest thing that I took away from that space, in which, like, you know, I debated and discussed with Theo, and I reached out to him to make sure that we were still good, because I wanted to make sure I wasn't being extra rude or anything. I had the whiskey in me. The biggest thing I took away from that is treat your Next.js app and its RSCs as like a backend for front end. Now, I think there's still the ability of discovering which front end component is doing the wrong thing, and that discoverability, I think, still isn't like solved. But when you understand that your Next.js app could be calling your REST app, right, your REST API, via a back-end for front-end approach of like, yeah, your Next.js app only exposes and creates endpoints that consume your REST API, there's still the amount of like discoverability of which endpoint is doing that. But at that point, it's your API endpoints that are doing that, and you can actually like crawl those a little easier. So I really get that. I think that makes sense. I'd like to see it in production in some open source code base that makes it easier to discover where something is failing and why the values are not passed properly. But to Theo's approach, if you were using TRPC for the requests to your Next.js specific backend for front-end API endpoints, then you would already have the safety of your nested components calling those. And then you'd only need to look at your, you know, like top-level backend for front-end endpoints. Oh, I think there's absolutely a future for RSCs. Like, look at some of Guillermo Rauch's recent tweets about, like, time to first byte and things like that. Like, really cool, actually. Like, really cool. I just think there's, like, a gap between the types of applications that are commonly developed versus the types of applications that they are developing around RSCs. Yeah, I can see that, Sgt. Pepper, for sure. Yeah. I think for me as a dev, jumping into a brand new code base, especially like enterprise size, how do I figure out where things are happening, what can be mutated, whatever, right? And that's where I fall back upon like the smart component versus presentational component aspect of things. And I don't like a deeply nested component trying to act as a smart component. I really don't like that. I'd rather it be a presentational component in which I can just pass it the mutation function that's being called from the top level of the route. At that point, I know that every route top level exposes every single like action that these things can take. And I really like that. So Spiridon, I'm getting at like, well, if you expose it at the top level of the route and then can pass it around as a first level like value, right? As a, you know, a first order value, then that might solve that problem. Yeah, no, so I would prefer abstractions over it, Sgt. Pepper. And I think that's where the magic is. Yeah, so Spiridon, like, I get it. Like, just imagine that instead of every nested component having SQL access, you expose that up at the top level of your route, and then you just pass that method to something. I could totally see that being a thing. Absolutely. No, so I'm not even sure that's possible, Scala Guy. I don't know. And if it's not possible with RSCs, then that's an architectural flaw, in my opinion. Yeah, for me, I need discoverability about what each like route is doing, because the top level route is far easier to crawl than every component, you know? Oh, and I don't have any lemonade mix, so this is just whiskey and water. I don't want to sip it yet. So here's the biggest thing, Spiridon, Sgt. Pepper, Scala, you're all getting at is, yeah, the examples of top level, like, or component level SQL statements, no, I think those are terrible ideas. I think that's just an awful idea. When instead, could it just call your Next.js exposed API endpoint that is itself consuming some REST API? Absolutely. So I think the top level, like, SQL stuff, they're doing it because it's nice and pretty for, like, a code snippet. It is far less valuable to me as, like, as a lead engineer, right? Yeah, I personally think that Next.js is not meant to be a top-level API layer. I'm almost positive Dax would agree with me on this. But if you were to treat the Next.js API layer as a backend for front-end that's consuming other backends, right, other REST APIs, and gluing them together and doing some of, like, the magic to make your front-end only have to send minimal amounts of data and not have to glue together a bunch of other endpoints, well, then that's where, like, the real power is, right? So treat Next.js as just a backend for front end for its, like, API stuff, and that is where, like, oh my god, this is the value. That's the cool part, right? Backend for front end is a really magical approach because you don't need to modify the canonical core every single application is consuming it REST API. Instead, you can make your own backend for front end that consumes and does n+1 queries and whatever, and can be cacheable maybe. And then, yeah, your front end consumes your backend for front end for whatever application you're building. Then you don't need to have that cross-team communication as much, right? Cross-team communication and getting someone to build you an endpoint that makes your job easier, that's a nightmare. You're not going to have it happen. But if you're building a back-end for front-end approach in which you have an API endpoint that Next.js is creating that then consumes other backends, maybe even a GraphQL endpoint too, right? Then you're good to go. Next.js not necessarily as middleware because it's also rendering your front end, but the API layer of Next.js is basically middleware, right? It's a back-end for front-end approach. Like, if you haven't seen the BFF, like, architecture and explanation, I'd say check that out. There you go, Sgt. Pepper. I'd love to hear your critique of that. I don't like the API layer list thing. I think your API layer is hugely important, but it's so, like, low level based upon the entities that your application cares about, whereas you might end up needing higher level API endpoints. So when you say poor cross-team collaboration, I think that's wrong. I think that's a miscategorization. Your front end might need a specific endpoint that makes the front end easier to reason about because it's one request. Your back end for that can hit a bunch of different APIs, or maybe even, like, consume a bunch of different endpoints within a single API and glue them together in a way that you're not doing that on the front end. And that improves the user's experience because their client isn't doing it. Their browser doesn't have to glue all that shit together. Their browser doesn't need to make 6 different requests. So it's not about poor cross-team collaboration. It's about getting exactly the data you needed to the front end with as few requests as possible. that request that you're making might not make sense to any other front end that's consuming this core API. Think about something as large as Netflix. You might have an application or a part of your application, right? Because it's a large app now, that is needing to glue a bunch of stuff together, but you don't want to do that in the browser because that harms the user experience. And instead, you can do that within an endpoint that is made specifically for your application. And you might be gluing things together in a way that doesn't actually solve any other application's problems. But when you have multiple applications consuming one API layer, to add an ad hoc API endpoint becomes really gross. It becomes another thing your API team has to maintain, when really it's specific to only your application. Right? So it's more about when you have a multi-application single API architecture. And that is a large-scale problem to solve. So back-end for front-end only makes sense for large-scale applications, in my opinion. Large-scale organizations, actually, that have multiple applications. Does that help, Bob? I just wanted to clarify, because I think the way you interpreted what I said is the way other people might interpret it, too. And that's not what I meant. This is for multi-application organizations consuming a single canonical API. Adding extra random endpoints to that single canonical API that only solve a problem for one app, that adds so much extra, like, maintenance overhead to the API team. Cool. All right. Glad we actually, like, understand that. Like, glad I explained it better, too. Let me go pee, though. I gotta pee. So bad. The whiskey flows right through me. So yeah, one of the coolest things I think Prime, Theo, and hopefully myself eventually are getting at as content creators and really cutting through and like solving is that a lot of people think content creators, right, streamers, YouTubers, etc., don't actually create applications, right? And for a long time, that was actually true. I'd be really curious to know what large-scale application, blue-collar coder, I'm forgetting, something Harrington? Jack Harrington, right? What is the last, like, large application that dude's had to work on? I don't know. I'm not sure. I feel like maybe he's just fallen back on what he makes. Right? And, like, typically what he makes is, like, tutorial style content. And, you know, again, I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying, like, there is a thing to it where, like, people have categorized tech content creators as people that don't actually build stuff. And I think, right, Prime especially, Theo secondarily, and hopefully me eventually, can, like, push back on that categorization of content creators. So wait, what do you mean Scala guy? Sorry, like I don't monetize something. I just mean like, dude, putting myself in the same bucket as Prime and Theo is completely disingenuous. I'm not even close to that level. Right? As far as like content creation and viewers and blah, 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 right? I'm not even close. Like, to put myself in that same bucket is wrong. No, I get it. Like, I have a good stream. I really like my stream. I like the conversations we have. But the numbers don't speak to me being at the same level as them, right? I'll agree with that. I don't think that's even wrong, you know? It's 100% accurate. I'm okay with it. Yeah, I'm simply talking about the scale. I'm not trying to diss myself. I'm not at their scale as far as viewership goes. And that's really easy, right? We got 60 people here now. On Theo's bad days, he's 200 plus. On his good days, he's 500 plus. On Prime's bad days, he's 1,000 plus. On his good days, he's 2,000 plus. And their numbers are going to keep growing because they produce more content. They put more effort in. I'm just so lazy. I'm just so lazy. Dude, I haven't made a YouTube video, like an actual curated, edited video on YouTube in over 6 months. I'm like, we are not the same. I am not there yet. Yeah. Again, Scala Guy, that's an important aspect. YouTube does work when you're not even live. Yeah, right? Like, I get it. I need to put more work into the YouTube. I'd just rather be streaming. When I'm sitting there editing a video, I would so much rather just be streaming and chatting and hanging out. I'd rather be streaming. During most moments of the day that I'm not streaming, I'd rather be streaming. You know, like, yeah, it's just... It's tough. When I describe it as such, addicted is probably the right word. The way I'd rather phrase it is, it's my second favorite thing to do besides snowboarding, and I don't have the body to snowboard on bad days. Right? I'm almost 40, man. My body would not put up with snowboarding most days. But I can still stream. This is about, like, the enjoyment I get out of it. Sitting here, chatting with y'all. Doing this right now. I can't think of anything I'd rather be doing right now. Besides snowboarding some fresh powder, well, there's none at Stevens Pass right now, so we're good. Besides snowboarding some nice, like, 3 or 4 inch deep slush. Ooh, buddy. Besides snowboarding, streaming coding is my second favorite thing, you know? That's all there is to it. Chess is cool. I don't enjoy it much. I'm good on it. No thanks. Nah. It's not for me. Ranting, chatting, and chilling, and drinking whiskey all at the same time. It is a very addictive thing. Yeah, live coding and streaming, same thing. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, live coding, right? Like streaming the code that I write, etc. Ranting for a good portion of things. Yeah. Why would I want to do anything else? So yeah, that's the hard part. Oh, hold on. I need to do self. Oh, I mean, 4-wheel. You're being nice by saying that. You're being very nice by saying that. I don't think you're right, though. Right? There's a difference between nice and correct, and I don't think you're both. I rant plenty. Thank you, though. I appreciate it, 4-wheel, but, you know. Hold on, what's the quote from Snatch? We just watched it the other day. Pull your tongue out of my asshole there, Turkish. No, he doesn't say it to Turkish. He says it to somebody. It's during the scene where he's like testing the dogs or something, and then he has like the bag put over the dude's head and kills him. Bless his heart. Oh shit. Damn. That's like the nicest way to say fuck you or whatever, right? Bless your heart. Ooh, harsh. Oh, that's a fucking mood. Gary. Yes, Insanities knows the quote. Pull your tongue out of my asshole there, Gary. Yeah, for sure. Insanities knows the quote. Did you look it up or did you know it? I'll accept both. I should have looked it up. Google foo. Yeah, for sure. The fact that I described it so perfectly, you knew exactly what to look for. Google knew what you wanted. I'm just that good. Oh, bless his heart because he's passed. I gotcha. Yeah, my bad. When you say bless his heart or bless their heart or bless your heart to someone who's still alive, it's a nice way of saying fuck you. If they've passed, it's just a good way of like paying respect. So I get you. It's hard to know. Right? Another way of saying fuck you to someone is like calling them, you sweet summer child. That's like the nicest way of saying fuck you. Isn't it? Oh, you sweet summer child. Damn, you hear someone say that to you? Them's fighting words. I mean, there's certain things we do in polite society, okay? We can recognize them. What about frequently asked questions? Are you saying we'd benefit from having a frequently asked questions like command? You're not wrong. It would involve talking about tabs and some other things, right? The gold medal on ranting? I mean, four wheel. I just want to say that's a tough competition there. My dad rants that the internet is ASCII trash, and the one true character encoding is EBCDIC. And he will rant about that for way too long. I love my dad. I know better than to start a conversation about character encoding or the internet or ASCII. Oh, I get it, four wheel. Okay. So it's not just his opinions, it's also the effort he put into it. Yeah, there's value to that. My dad would at least have like a cordial tone while saying that the internet is ASCII trash. All right, so assert true. Oh, wait, we want assert false first. Yeah, I want to finish up these tests before we call today good. So we're going to do this part, right? Client.should. The thing in here is scheduled group dot group ID. The next part is the value that we care about, and that would be scheduled group dot features dot. Do we not get any auto completion? Come on, do it. You know you wanna. Oh, so it's actually before global feature. Yeah, I'm fucking that one up. That's it. All right, there we go. All right, so second one here. This one's going to be true. This is during. That one is after. All right, so both those should be good. We delete that chunk. We do similar. We want self. Actually, we grab all three of these and just modify them as groups. All right, those three are good. And then the last one is daily. All right, so are the dumplings calling my name yet? I can hear the dumplings a calling. All right, so we're going to push that up. We expect it to actually fail at this point, but I can merge it otherwise because, again, we're running into time zone issues, and that's a problem. If it ends up working, well, shit. I'm not actually sure what the fix is at that point, but let's go look at it, right? Let's go look at our actions. We see something spinning up. Fingers crossed. 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 Stream, would you like some sausage? Yeah, I was quoting Freddy Got Fingered right there. Crossed. Crossed. I think technically he had to start it as crossed this way and then redo it to that way because it's way easier to do that one than the other. But I don't know for sure. I have no idea. I do kind of expect this test to fail. I at least want to see them like try and run. And then we can merge it. I believe we're going to have time zone issues for all of it. If we don't, well, yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, exactly. Like, time zones fucking suck. What do you mean by that Scala guy? Ooh, our basal tests actually passed? Holy shitballs. I don't remember seeing that. Yeah, maybe I misunderstood what you're asking, but no, this is meant to be a feature flagging tool that anybody should be able to use. And I'll most likely introduce a services contract for companies that want to help, like, that want me to help them establish it within their code bases and things like that. I believe we could have, like, a services wing of this company. We have a bunch of people that are viewers of stream that would like to contribute, right? That would like to actually be consumers of it. Yeah, this is the thing I made, like, holy. We only have 2 other contributors so far. I need Dia Mulroy's permission to change the license. I mean, I have doubt for Will Gator, but thank you for being doubtless. I appreciate that. But yes, this is a thing I entirely wrote myself. And we have some contributors that have helped improve the Elixir API, and we have another contributor that is building out the OCaml, like SDK API. But yes, I am like the sole creator of this whole thing. Posthog and Growthbook are the closest things I can think of that are fully open source that try and do some of this stuff. How did I come up with the design? I used Tailwind and like Tailwind something or others, like Tailwind components or Tailwind. I forget the site. Like there's a website for like some of these like boilerplate like content sections. For the main homepage at least. For the documentation part of things, I did that myself, inspired by other things. But yeah. Oh, I made the logo myself. Yeah, for sure. I had to actually put in a lot of effort to make sure it wasn't like exactly like a copy of the WordPress logo. I didn't even look at the WordPress logo until I started making it, and then someone pointed out what the WordPress logo looked like, and then I was like, well, shit, I don't want to get sued. So I had to change it. How am I at graphic design? I'm awful. Somehow, the logos I've made, I'm really proud of, though. Right? Another one I'm really stoked on is Walter's. Hold on. Get Walter. There we go. Yeah, I really like the Walter logo, too. So, yeah, I typically tend to do most of my own shit. I'll use boilerplates when I can, but yeah, I really like that Walter logo too. So it looks to me like we've got a bug here. Selective string feature. Ooh, maybe Scala Guy. Yeah. Like, yeah, we could check that out. If you want to show up tomorrow and help us out, that'd be great. Icon for clipboard is not loading? You mean on Vexilla.dev, right? When you're talking about like the documentation and some of our code snippets? Yeah, it's not loading here either. Yep, so we got to fix. It's not even a Safari only thing. Yeah, this is some bug that we have with the icons we're using. Yeah, so you're right. I need to fix that like 1000%. As far as documentation fixes go, once we finish the Python like SDK and get these tests working, I'm still not sure what the issue is, and that's bumming me out, man. Yeah, once we solve this bug, yeah, getting into the docs site and improving that and deprecating the old docs site and doing some other things. Yeah, it's been that way for a while. We definitely need to do it. Some of the other like icons were not loading either, and we had to just like hard code SVGs for them. So like these icons didn't load either. And it's actually pretty gross the way that we're solving that problem. I don't know the fix yet. So yeah, that's going to be some effort to actually like improve and make work. right? These icons didn't load. Like, so many of the icons we're using from Iconify just don't work unless we make them client only, which is wrong. These icons are failing for you as well? These ones right here? That is an Iconify Astro bug. Alright, so yeah, we got a bunch of stuff to fix. This whole thing is still very much like early stages, so we got a lot of work to do. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix that soon. So those ones fail on mobile as well. Are they failing on just Safari? I mean, hold on. You're on iOS. It's all Safari. So yeah, obviously, that's the problem there. We got work to do. There's stuff to fix. I'd rather do one thing at a time, and solving these errors and issues would be a big part. And, I mean, if we try and run it here locally... Oh, we're not inside of that right now. Oh, so four-wheel gator. On mobile, every browser is Safari. If you're on iOS, every browser is Safari. Chrome on iOS is still just Safari with different skin. Yeah, so if it fails on Safari, it'll fail with every single other browser on iOS, because every single other browser on iOS is just reskinned Safari. WebKit is a very small part of it. No, it's like literally Safari. Right? Apple will not approve any other browser engine. You have to use the browser engine that ships with iOS. And then you can wrap it and do your own UI or whatever. I feel like WebKit really refers to like a small portion of what Safari actually is. You're actually using Safari's like core with any other browser. Yeah, that might be it, Radiant. Yeah, that might be the issue. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. It's not a problem for today, though. I need to get some food in my belly. I'm tired enough that I'm probably not going to do any video editing tonight, so we'll figure out what game we play after I eat some food. But yeah, let's go figure out someone to raid. Let's go do that. That'd be cool. Right? Be a whole lot cooler if we did. A little bit, Scala Guy. They have improved. Some of the things I hated on Safari 4, they've actually fixed. So that's fine. Am I dropping frames? Nah, looks like we're good. Ooh, we haven't had a chance to raid Teach Dev in a while. Let's go do that. That sounds awesome. I'm gonna have to do like a PC reboot here real soon. Dude, yeah, my stream PC is blowing it. Holy shit. Yeah, my stream PC is sweating right now. There we go. All right. Well, we're going to raid Teach Dev. He's awesome. He's such a cool dude. I'd really like to load his stream proper. All right, there we go. That worked. Cool. All right, that's way better. So yeah, YouTube, everyone over on YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. We had a great day again as well. Spiridon, dude, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, appreciate you, man. Yeah, good luck on your streams. Hopefully I can raid you at some point. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for the gifted subs, etc. Everyone over on YouTube, I'm gonna end that stream like right now. Thank you for chilling. I'll be here tomorrow. Yeah, no big deal. If you want to hang out on my gaming stream, I'll be over on gaming here tonight, playing some games. I'm not sure what games. I'm gonna copy that URL for YouTube real quick, just in case you want to chill too. Maybe. All right, there you go. And yeah, so let's go and, dude, yeah, my stream PC is failing. But yeah, I'm gonna end stream on YouTube. Thank y'all. Later.